never had such a vivid dream before. I don't tend to remember them. What did my dream mean? Not that I believe they have meanings. I'm just curious. Ugh, I feel like a zombie in the morning. Isia's birthday. Back when we tell each other, see you tomorrow, when parting ways. I'm too old to be building model ships. I can't get around to finishing this one. I've known all my music by heart for a while now. Almaz, one of his early works. Pretty good art for a kid, actually.
I can hear you in there. Hey, keep being rude to the police. I might come for you next time. Your neighbor's having problems.
This ain't no joke. Follow me.
Can't ever say no, can I?
Get a load of this.
How can anyone live in such a dump?
Misha, you came by. He boozed away the last of his brains, dragged me out of bed while I was still sleeping, tore out some hair, the old scumbag. A father I'm mothering. The laundry, the cooking, the cleaning, I do all that. Help how? If it weren't for Petya, I'd have gotten out a long time ago like Mom did. No one deserves to put up with him.
Can I stay at your place for a while, Uncle Misha? Katya grabbed me and locked us in the bathroom. Dad banged on the door. No! We played with him before bedtime yesterday, and today this happened.
Misha, can you talk some sense into these cops? I'm not the criminal here, those punks are. Over there in the corner. Through the window, of course. Boy squeezed through and let the girl in. You're defending them? Are you in on this too? How'd you know them?
Do you know these kids? What's their relation to the apartment owner?
They're what? The hell are you talking about? Their dad? Me?
You see, the thing is, he called in a burglary this morning. I thought, burglars in this big village, that's a first. So we arrived, led us to the bathroom, and we found the kids huddling inside. Look, I'm no doctor. He looks sober to me. The kids are going into care for now. Anyway, we're holding you up. You want to lift to the station? No? Why? Your station. The train station. My partner's gonna drive you. I've got a lot of paperwork to do about these kids. Take him away.
Goddamn lawless cops. I'll make you answer for this yet. You're supposed to get these punks out of my apartment, not me.
What What's there to talk about with Genghis's partner? I don't know him at all. An entire ride in silence. I hate that. Poor kids. What's going to happen to them? I can't just abandon them. I wonder what the doctors will say about Vitya.
Still home? Not even on your way to work? Spare me. I want you at the station in 5 minutes, not a second later.
Jump in.
I'll walk free yet. Don't you think you can just snatch me?
We just did.
I'll write to the president. You will be where I am now.
Come again? I didn't hear you very well.
Thank you. I'd have been so late if I had. Children are left without their father, and I've got to run off to the station. I'm torn.
Eaten your porridge? Been to the little boy's room? Get to work. Tell me about it later. Go, let the passengers through.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Hi, Misha. Here's my permit. Found a better job opening? Nah, same old. Pastry, baking. You see, it's a bigger city, a bigger place. Put me in your log or I'll miss the interview. Thanks, Misha. Have a good one.
Good morning, Misha, dear. Alma says hi. He'll be in town tonight. My permit is right there. Oh, yes it is. How did I miss that? Right, I was off to the city and it expired then. Misha, dear, let an old friend through, will you? We know each other. You were with Almaz and Tioma all the time as a kid. I'll renew it at once. Not what I expected from you, Misha. You, of all people.
Been working here long? Misha, do you really not recognize me? Here's a clue. Tjomma, you, and... It's Aunt Galia's 60th birthday tomorrow. How could I miss it? We're all going to her party tomorrow. Have you gotten her a present yet? I'm also here on a work trip to the Research Institute. So, this is both personal and business. How about lunchtime? Say near our oak tree at 1?
Are you alright, Misha? You look troubled.
Dear
Took him
passengers,
long enough.
the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
So what was all the trouble you had? So it's gotten that bad? Make sure you're back by 7.
Finished your shift?
Dear passengers,
Misha,
entry permit
you're
checks
like
are
a
in
son
operation
to
at
me.
this station.
If it were
Please have your
anyone
entry
else,
permit
I'd
and a ticket ready for
understand.
inspection
But
at
now,
Checkpoint Office 1.
I don't know what to think. That cop, Vitalik, barely knows me, and he let me in. Do me a favor, will you? If you do, I'll absolve your sins. I've been trying to hitch a ride. Nothing. Will you help me carry this bag? They should at least run a bus line here. I've stocked up on a few things they don't sell here. Well, who knows when I'll next make it to Kazan. Don't wait for me. I'm a slow walker, and you're young. Just leave the bags by the elevator. Hopefully, Vitya won't steal anything. Good Lord! And I've only been away 2 days. Not that I'm surprised, of course. And the kids? Katya and Petya? I should call him for details. Right. I shouldn't keep you tied up. You run along now.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back at the platform edge. Thank you.
We'll chat after I hand the kids over to the ambulance crew. You got everything? It's easy to forget a thing or two in this commotion.
5 minutes to pack like they're under arrest. Don't worry, if you forget anything, you can fetch it later.
I hope I'm not late to the meetup with Asya. I'll leave the bag by our elevator. Aunt Gaia said I could. Those kids are in a tough spot now. They could use some support. Asya! Asya is here! By the oak tree at 1. They left in too much of a hurry to properly pack up. What's going to happen to their stuff now? Their apartment? I wonder how many more times I'll be retelling the Vitya incident today.
Even with the bag, you've passed me. Ah, the young.
Well, this is it. We're all done here. Miners are supposed to have guardians. You up for it? I'm not. You're gonna be a good Samaritan, yeah? Everyone thinks Samara's a city of bleeding hearts. In an orphanage. You know a better place?
So you're his neighbor. You watched this go on for years and did nothing. We would have stepped in. The thing is, nobody asked. Not until the court order. And there's a 6-month wait after that.
The kids need to settle in and get the hang of the place. Then I can visit.
Right on time, as always. You haven't changed one bit. Blockhead. Would you like to visit our Garden of Eden? Wasn't childhood a paradise? Do you feel it? like I never left. Everything's coming back in full force. All our childhood mischief. It used to seem so important. Then come stand next to me. Yes, like this. And now, a moment of silence for the past.
Our tree. Our secret headquarters. I've grown so used to it, I don't even notice it anymore. We weren't at all worried about falling. Even though we were so small, we thought you'd be able to touch the sky by reaching up. Or has the oak grown like we have? The wind got into the canopy, rocking the branches, rocking us. The oak creaked like old floorboards. We imagined ourselves flying in a helicopter. Almazi kept saying, "Helichopter," and we kept correcting him. Sometimes I'd go alone and secretly admire Asia while she read in the dusty silence of her father's study. Like a true pirate, I had a pair of binoculars for the task. Actually, they weren't binoculars, but opera glasses.
Well? You sure you can climb a tree after all this time, old man? The rope swing is gone. Remember how we used to climb it up to the branch and then climb down the trunk? Or the other way around? That was fun. Tell me, why haven't you left town? Do you like working at the station? I'd want that too. How about we go to the pond? It used to seem as big as the sea. Up in the oak, we were aviators. Here, explorers. Do you still build model ships? How complete is it? Perhaps we launch it? Like in the old times. Minus the accident. Guess.
I was launching paper ships from the pond bank. Chioma and Asya were fooling around in the boat. They rocked it too hard, and the boat keeled over. I dashed into the muddy water and swam headlong towards them. Chioma had barely surfaced when I reached them. Asya was still nowhere to be seen. I took a deep breath, and I dove in. And when Asya opened her eyes and witnessed the bank, the last of my ships had become drenched and sunk.
My fear of water wasn't unfounded. I used to imagine sea monsters dwelling where sunlight never reached. Squid, serpents. You may laugh, but I don't understand how you weren't scared. It was you who rescued me, wasn't it? Not Artem? The fact he didn't kill you for performing CPR on me. When I came to, I caught it out at the corner of my eye. So, what now? Do we keep walking? Well, it's your turn to seek out our old haunts.
was Genghis who got everyone into fishing. And when the summer came, he was inseparable from his fishing rod, and his skin gradually took on this sort of bronze-hued tan. We called him Red Chief, but he didn't mind. Aisha came along too, but she didn't fish. She was deadly afraid of the earthworms. Almaz would run after her with a couple of them between his fingers and an outstretched hand, shouting, "And now for a death-defying stunt." Pond stakers glid to and fro atop the water, and rainbow-winged dragonflies hovered above. The quiet splashes, the rustle of the leaves, lulled. Sometimes, one of us would fall asleep on the soft, sunlit grass. What we caught, we fed to the cats. This place had nothing worth fishing for.
It's been so many years, but it still feels like yesterday, us heading home from school together. Speaking of, what time is it?
Oh, someone please just kill me.
Oh no! I've gone missing from the Institute. It's fine. We still have tonight. Will you walk me to the station? I'm going back to my dad's for the night. When I got into the university, he returned the apartment provided by the Institute and moved back to Kazan. He's retired. Only has the teaching job now. Back then, he couldn't stay where everything was reminding him of my mum. He waited for me to graduate and then left. Come as soon as you see Institute people walking home. That'll mean I'm finished too. It holds so many memories, more than you can remember in a day.
We got up to all kinds of mischief in here. There's no way to remember it all. It's supposed to be an insult, but Aisha makes it sound tender. Childhood. Paradise. Is that some kind of quotation? Every winter, we built a snow fort in front of the Research Institute. We split into two armies and traded snowball volleys until dark. By evening, our clothes would be completely drenched and crusted in ice. You could stand them upright on the ground. We'd crawl back home, panting with exhaustion, and our parents would immediately make us warm up in the shower and drink copious amounts of tea. Genghis would boast that his contained a spoonful of vodka. Just a bit more waiting and back to Asya. Today is Friday. The workday is shorter. He's probably left for work already. We got up to all kinds of mischief in here. There's no way to remember it all. And maybe you will. Let's see. We're about 5 years old. A pump is filling balloons of different colors with helium. We're standing there, open-mouthed, gawking, wonder if the next one will burst. And the taut balloons squeak when you run your finger over them. It makes Isya laugh. The cloudless sky draws balloons towards it, making them bounce up and down on their leash-like strings when pulled. Finally, we release the balloons. They soar upward, becoming dots. We're convinced they'll fly all the way up to the sun. And when we can't see them anymore, our parents buy us ice cream, and then we move on. The position of the sun tells me it's time to return to Asya.
Sorry. I'm such a slowpoke. Have you been waiting here long? Will we catch the train? wrong to keep people waiting, though. Let's race each other to the gate. Afraid of losing? There was a time only Genghis could beat you. My champion. This is boring. Too trusting. You won because my skirt and high heels. Wait till I'm wearing my jeans. You were the one who wanted childhood to last forever. Here's another spot, by the way.
Our first dance. We were about 14. Aisha was in the middle of the dance floor in a whirl of colored specks of light. And then Zinaida, the maths teacher and our class tutor, she announced a slow dance. I was leaning on the wall, looking for words to say to Aisha. But Chioma beat me to it as usual. So I invited another classmate. She too was shuffling on her feet nervously beside me. I walked her home afterwards, and while we parted ways, she pressed her lips briefly against mine. We both became embarrassed, and then hurried home.
You and Masha. I knew. You think too much.
Even small confessions are so difficult.
Any news of Masha? Is anyone from the old gang still here? I've heard Almaz is in Kazan. Genghis? A cop? That absolute punk? I've lost track of everyone, even Artem. Only saw him a few times throughout university. The old clock! Do you still struggle telling 7 p.m. from 1700? That time you waited for 2 hours in a snowstorm, though. And then you missed 2 weeks of school, flunking every class you possibly could. You're joking. The Godfather, Part 3. We should rewatch it together. You got a VCR?
One last stroll before Asia left for Moscow. She wanted apples for the trip. I almost confessed my feelings to her. I had a speech on a copybook sheet in my pocket ready to say it, but Chioma kept hanging around. Asia chose yellow apples, you know, the sweet but expensive ones. The sour green ones were cheaper, and I suggested those instead. Aisha said I was cheap, which was true. You know, I counted her money when it could have been my treat, which was what Choma did, actually. I was nervous enough as it was, so in the end, I lost my temper. I simply walked away. No, I ran away. Aisha left that evening. I never said goodbye to her, or that I was sorry, or heard her say that she was.
What's with the silence? You have a lady to entertain. I'm sorry, too. You didn't have my number. Bah. Do you have any idea what dorms are like? One phone to rule them all. Zero privacy. I'm managing without one for now. You too, I suppose. What's the point of having one in our neck of the woods? I've stayed in a room on the outskirts since I dropped out. I'll give you my number. Which will only result in my roommate disconnecting the phone.
The Green Cat. We often dropped by here after classes, left all our pocket money behind. Well, no, most of it. Some of it the movie theatre would eat. I still don't get it about the Green Cat, you know, what happens after it crosses your path, and I'm too embarrassed to actually ask at the cafe. Like, who's ever seen a green cat? Freshly fried donuts in powdered sugar, coffee with condensed milk, chocolate syrup ice cream. The place had it all. Aisha loved ice cream so much she'd even eat it in winter. Once the cafe was closed, so we bought ice cream bars from a street stand, and Aisha, she couldn't even wait until we got home. And there she is, eating it on a cold winter day, a dazzling fresh fall of snow around us, and her ringing laughter, the gleam in her eyes. It just made the day that much sunnier.
The cafe's still there. Huh. There's some permanence to the world after all. And then constantly check time. Let's do it later when there's no rush. We could all take a stroll together. Doesn't that sound nice? We'll think of something. When were we ever bored? Oh, that's what I've been missing. What's fall without rain? I love fall. It's broken. I want to hear the raindrops falling on my door. So cozy. I could write a poem. I could walk like this forever. Why is the walk to the station so short? Just like school. Join your hands, kids.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
Aren't you going to work? Oh, oui. You need it more. They're promising clear skies in Kazan. Well, I'll phone Dad from the station to come and pick me up in his car. I'll be fine. Let's go then. Thanks for today. See you inside.
Dear passengers, the train now approaching platform 1 is the 433 service to Kazan.
Finding each other took them a quarter of a century. They had been separated at a young age following their parents' death in a car crash. Both were placed in an...
Here are our permits. So, Vitya's drinking problem has gotten worse? Of course we do. From people on your block. They say they heard a lot of profanity this morning. So they looked out the window and there was Vitya, being led away.
Is Vitya home?
Masha's worried too. He's in her class.
Thank you for your attention.
Say hi for me.
We'll go see him ourselves. Won't we, Masha?
Do you have my number? In Kazan for now. What of it? Suppose you need me to buy something in Kazan tomorrow. What will you do? Go there yourself? I could bring it. Do call. Sometime. See you tomorrow.
Well, hello there, Misha. Picked up a chick, I see. Make sure you don't screw up on me. None of that dawdling you did in school. I know you. Is that a bad thing? What are you, psychic? How is she supposed to know your feelings? You gotta take the bull by the horns. I always do. Who's talking about that? I've been going steady with someone, you know. I'm actually on my way to propose to her. Want to see the ring? I could help. Think it over. Really think it over.
Here I am, back already. Hired. I start Monday.
Log up the station for me, will you? Hey, just kidding. Go home. That stung.
A whole week of Asia. We'll go everywhere in town and visit all our old spots. Do I have anything to give Asia? She'll leave. I'll stay. So what's the point? Whew, What a day. I should talk to someone or I will not sleep. But who, though?
Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan
Misha,
will now depart
wow,
from
it's you.
platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
There was a chance I'd have to come tomorrow. My mother, huh? So I guess you've got all the dirt on me. What about you? Discovered any new islands in our little pond? What's got you so sulky? Then be happy, you chump. Or is this about Artyom?
Dear passengers,
He's not even here yet, and
before
you're
boarding your
already
train,
looking
please have your
all
exit
dejected.
permit and a ticket ready for inspection at checkpoint
Come on,
office
tell me more
1.
about it in the car. No reason to stand in the rain. As you wish. I'm not going to stand here getting wet, or try to convince you. See you around.
So now I'll lie down and all these thoughts will flood into my head. This may be a small town, but it's big enough for a good, exhausting walk. The kind that makes you conk out after. I shouldn't mention Asya to Almaz. He might pass it on to Choma.
Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
The third year we joined the Young Pioneers. They lined us up on the square. The Lenin monument seemed to press down on me, fouled upon as it was by pigeons. I'd spent the previous night memorizing the solemn promise, terrified that I'd forget it mid-ceremony. I could barely keep my eyes open. My legs wobbled. I kept leaning on adjacent kids in the file. Of course, my sleepy brain mixed up the words of the promise at the most important moment. So there was this one time during a subotnik, and Aunt Galia's late husband, he planted a sickly willow sapling into the ground. It would outlive him by 2 years. As the saying goes, a man must raise a son, build a house, and plant a tree. That's 2 out of 3, but no house. I had my own experience as a gardener. I picked up an acorn under our oak tree and planted it in a pot. A while later, a sprout appeared, but it didn't survive in my care. Not that I provided much.
You're gonna get sick. Go home and dry yourself off before you catch a cold.
It's already late. Everybody's going to bed. I shouldn't bother them. Yes, I get to see Asya again today. I've never been so eager to go to work before.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. So Mom wasn't joking. She let it slip over the phone once that you got a job here. Aren't you a little too smart for a place like this? Let's pick mine apart then. I've got nothing to hide. A servant of Clio, a thesis writer. The role of industrial espionage in World War II. Finish up quicker here. I'll show you how to gather data out in the field. We'll find our childhood photos. Many people still have those lying around. I'll wait for you outside.
It's me again. Ah, Misha. Today's Saturday. You don't? Why? At least you don't work 9-hour shifts. You're free between trains. This won't be yesterday all over again, will it? It's not. See you outside.
Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
Why didn't you tell me Tom was here? Well, color me surprised, blockhead.
Call me a blockhead too, will you, Asya? It sounds so special when you say it. I'd let you call me that non-stop. It's a gift from Mom. We're making an album. You hard-pressed for money? Fine, count yourself in.
If you spot any
You're
suspicious
so
items,
generous,
please report them to the staff or the police
Let's head off
immediately.
now. We'll start with
Do
Uncle
not touch
Koya.
or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
closing. Next stop is factory.
A good old puddle. With us for all of our childhood years. With us still, actually.
We even named it, remember? Nikolaevskaya, in honor of Uncle Kolya.
Yeah, and we'd mark it on every map. No map was complete without the puddle.
Then we'd get in trouble for vandalism.
Misha even launched his little boats here. Always up to something.
Meltwater drained here in the spring and rainwater in the summer and fall. The puddle never dried up. It just froze down to its bottom in winter.
It'd also get moldy really fast, and then it'd spawn a bunch of tadpoles.
And we wondered if there'd be a dinosaur, too.
All the same, no one was too squeamish to enter it barefoot. Not even Asya with her fear of worms and water.
You argued forever over who got to carry me across. So, I only had myself to depend on.
I knew you'd be here.
Look who it is. What brings you here?
Aren't you gonna ask us how we're doing?
Can't wait to show off being a Moscow boy now? Well, go ahead.
Why so aggressive, Kolya? They're not those kids anymore. And even back then, they used to crawl all over your car, shining it with their clothes, so what's the big deal?
Shining? Scratching more like. So, out with it. Are you here to beg me to lend you the car?
Remember you took a picture of us once? We were cleaning up your garage? Where is that picture?
You mean you were fooling around and now you'd like to get rid of the evidence? Dig around in the garage. It should be in one of those crates.
A toolbox. Nothing remotely similar to a photo in here. Perhaps the photo is underneath the phone. Some kind of junk with a clock. An old phone. That's all it is. Nothing between the pages, no matter how hard you shake. A bike. Not something you could hide a photo in, but it's a bike. What does Uncle Kolya need a bike for? It's not like he'll ever ride it.
Find anything?
Perhaps you took the picture home.
What do you think I am? Some kind of hoarder? I left that junk where it was taken. Start really looking. Go through everything again.
Well, if the photo is junk to you, maybe you threw it away ages ago.
Look, clever guy. If I say it's in the garage, it's in the garage. The keys are inside.
Just like that?
Back then, you were a bunch of little kids. You would have crashed it. Now, you're all grown up. At least you look like it anyway.
Let's go to my place then, shall we? Football's on in a few minutes.
So you understand I've got no time for you. Busy out of my mind.
His generosity is suspicious.
Genghis had something too. Is he still here?
I can't believe we're in Uncle Kolya's car.
Your neighbor's apples are always sweet. Don't be a killjoy.
Perhaps Misha will be less grumpy if we let him drive.
Later. Let's grab Genghis first. If we stop and swap seats all the time, we'll never get anything done. Hey, watch it. I'll leave you on the side of the road. You think that I won't? I totally will.
Enough. Let's call it a tie. There's the photo. It was in the glove box.
How we used to beg Uncle Kolya for a ride.
Yeah, he only let us honk the horn. I guess that was generous enough by his standards. I could see how Tom Sawyer got those kids to paint the fence for him. Even getting to wash the car was pure bliss.
To you, maybe. Our Tom would rather bury himself in old Soviet magazines. Talk about a born historian.
I wonder where they are now. A hoarder like Uncle Kolya doesn't just throw things away, does he?
You were so dumb. So happy to do chores for him.
And he was never satisfied either. He took that picture so he could rub it in our faces about how lazy we were.
I can understand Toma and Almas, but Misha? Drudging away like that? There's photographic evidence.
But it was totally worth it. That Babieda was the pinnacle of technology to us. It was basically a starship.
I used to dream of buying one just like that when I grew up, and I'd dream of traveling all of Russia. Other countries weren't something you even thought of back then.
Lake Baikal was supposed to be your first destination. We heard no end of Baikal trivia from you. You were a walking encyclopedia.
No way. No word from you in years, and then there you are, both at once.
Are you coming to Mom's party tonight?
Seriously, are you doubting me now? Just a sec. Got one in my wallet. There. Will that do?
You've been carrying it around in your wallet? Adorable.
I'll take it back if you make fun of me. Is that all you need?
Is he in trouble?
They didn't even let us in. In fact, we didn't even want to hand Vitya over, but they were all over him right away.
That sounds really odd.
So now we've discussed everything, right? Whoa, not so fast. I need you to do something too. See those two louts over there? They need to go to the orphanage. And I've really got no time for that. They ran away and went on a rampage. Smashed a window, pinched a bunch of things at the market.
And you're letting them go just like that?
Well, they're first offenders. I sure won't let it slide next time. By the way, Zinaida might have something for your album too.
It was great being friends with Genghis. You know, he could give anyone a good thrashing. No vagrant would ever come near us.
He was a vagrant himself. Being a boxer helped.
Genghis was definitely a gifted athlete. He played several sports and excelled at all of them.
All but one. Chess. You couldn't get him to sit still for 5 minutes.
So you're still jealous? It took a lot to talk you into posing for that photo with the rest of us. Oh, well, each to his own. Genghis would have hardly made a good scientist.
I was angry because of what Almaz said, that he'd get to space before I'd take up sports.
But you did go for morning runs with Genghis. Of course, you only lasted a week.
Each one of those runs left me feeling like I was gonna die. I was nauseous, dizzy, seeing spots. By the way, it wasn't just running. I did chin-ups too. Although Genghis did say I just looked like a sausage hanging from the bar.
Then they sent him to a regional competition. He'd have been the world champion of something at this point, if not for that fight.
He was defending a girl, 1 against 3, and he was the only one who got arrested. Even the competition committee couldn't do anything.
He even gave up exercise out of frustration. Vagrant or not, Genghis was honorable.
Out with it then. Why won't you just stay put? You've got food, a roof over your head.
Try living in here and you'll see. Dreary as hell. And then there's her, the xenomorph. You seem like an alright chick, though.
Hey, if you mean alright to act up, I'm not what I seem.
Yeah, Zinaida doesn't exactly make life easy for you. Why won't Uncle Kolya leave her? Not a lot has changed here. As a historian, I find this boring.
Yep. The girl has a hell of a temper. We tried to gang up on her and it didn't work. Boy's a wimp, though.
What's in it for us? Deal.
A class reunion by the looks of it. Such a pleasure to see.
Well, you can't have a reunion without the class tutor, right? That's why we're here to see you.
So what are you up to now? Tell me everything.
That would take a long time. Basically, I enrolled, I graduated, and now I'm an engineer with a job.
So all the times I drilled you on calculus paid off.
If only that was all you drilled me on.
What about you, Artemius?
Enrolled, graduated, now a historian with a job.
I could sense this coming. Something didn't add up here. Of course, it's her birthday. I'll go and have a look.
I can see that. My criminal duo. Where did you find them? Where else? I should have guessed. I suppose I'll go get the photo then. I'm leaving you in charge. I hope not too many children run off when I'm gone. I suppose there's enough of you to handle a dozen kids.
Is this it? Just standing around and watching? Not what I imagined.
That just gave me an idea. Let's maybe tell the kids a scary story.
Here we go again.
Tired, Misha? Thought you'd join us.
Quit standing there and help out, dude.
Game over.
No fair!
I'm a master detective, aren't I?
How did you find me? I could use an invisibility cloak.
Game over.
Now you hide.
I'm a master detective, aren't I?
Totally not fair.
Who's the fastest? Us is the fastest. Surprise!
Come on, that was a good hiding spot. Wanna play?
No, here I
Hugs
go.
for everyone, kids. Here I am.
How did you find me?
Who do we have here?
Kids
I
these
could use an
days.
invisibility cloak.
You watch out now, you rascals. Game over.
No fair!
Hugs for everyone, kids.
First it was the kids scattering about, and now us. For just a
Here I
minute,
am.
would we stand here in
They're on
peace?
to us!
Fine, at least this is exercise.
We could use some help before they scatter all over the place.
You've given me quite a run.
I could use an invisibility cloak.
Here. It's all I could find.
That's a lot. We can go to Mom with what we already have.
You've been very helpful.
I told them you were here, and they wanted to see you.
We were done with school by this point. Our finals were over, entrance exams are coming up, and we got a moment to pause and rest. Summer, summer, summer is taking my cares away.
I'm still furious every time I remember that grade in history. B- instead of an A+. It cost me my school medal. And I really could have used that medal when I was getting into university.
You were too smart for your own good. You invited those extra questions on yourself because you wanted to impress the examiners with how much you knew.
Take comfort in knowing I made a fool of myself too when I fell into the fountain.
Well, the edge was slippery and you were drunk. We couldn't carry our liquor back then anyway, especially not Applejack. And that fiasco didn't affect your future in any way.
In any way? For all I know, I could have been married to Asia for years by now. I did it all for her, remember?
And Genghis would have been the one married to me if he had walked on his hands along the fountain edge.
Of course he would have, but Misha got jealous and pushed him into the water on purpose.
Nah, he wouldn't have. Genghis liked Varia, your prom date.
Step on it, man. You're driving like a girl. I shouldn't have let you behind the wheel.
Approaching orbital velocity.
Did you hear that? I don't like that sound. Did it come from under the hood? Oh, stop the car! We're gonna crash!
Well, now it's clear what Uncle Kolya's motivation was. He fixed a thing or two, and now we're his test drivers. He'll pin the brake down on us too.
What if we crashed?
Impossible. It wasn't the brakes that gave out.
I'm going to miss the train, and then there's Angalia's party. Can you do this without me later?
Not so fast. Look, it's Almaz.
What's with Uncle Kolya's car? Why are you inside it? A display of incredible generosity.
Have you got it?
The photo? Yes, here you are. Where are you headed anyway? It's all right. I had to help Mum in the kitchen anyway. Keep your jealousy to yourself and help me choose the flowers. No, I haven't. Does it matter? Giving the same flowers year after year, it isn't a good look.
Mesmerizing. You sure have a way with words.
The summer after middle school. We just finished our exams and Aunt Galia, she took us outside the fence for a picnic.
Right. And the place was swarming with mosquitoes. The campfire was our only protection. I smelled like smoke for 2 days after that.
And Almaz teased you. Interesting choice of perfume.
All you can remember are the mosquitoes? What about all the mushrooms, milk caps, red caps, penny buns? Things of beauty.
And someone we all know mistook a death cap for a champignon.
So, Choma barely made it out alive too. He chopped at his own leg with an axe. A good thing he was wearing high boots or it would have been much worse than a scratch.
Boys, boys. What's with always needing to prove something to someone? Genghis volunteered to chop firewood, and Toma had never even held an axe before.
Exactly. I used to think when people in books turned pale as a sheet, it was an exaggeration. I also used to think people would scream a lot in those situations, but Choma, he just stood there, frozen.
And you couldn't light the campfire. Asya pestered you with advice, taught you to arrange the firewood in a little tent structure.
Well, what did you expect? Women have always been keepers of the fire. We'd know how to build one. Aunt Galia and I were in charge of the food, too.
We would have starved without you, of course. Not like we were roasting sausages on a stick.
Now for the final touch, Asya's birthday. Go ahead, Misha. Produce the photograph.
You took it home as a memento.
Go forth and fetch it, O brother of mine. Make haste. Don't keep us all waiting.
I think he meant you.
It's a pity giving my own photograph away, but that's what a present should be. Something that hurts to part with. Well, let's head to my place and retrieve it.
Lost the others along the way?
Have you found it?
Upstairs to put the flowers in a vase before they die.
He let you drive it? Lived out your childhood dream? And you messed it up that bad immediately? I wouldn't want to be you right now. You didn't. That's quite something. I hope he doesn't lose his mind.
Can we go?
Tioma definitely came up with the best greeting that year. Happy birthday, old woman!
Well, it was memorable, which is more than I can say for your muttering. What was it? May is the best month of the year. Stay born in it?
We could have held a contest. Your birthday greetings versus what Alma's wrote on Misha's poster.
He overdid it. I only asked him to help with the artwork.
Your style shows through, though. The sea and the ship.
Traitor! Traitor! There's no other word for it. This instead of helping out his brother with a gift idea.
I really liked your notebook, too. I turned it into a diary later on.
And Genghis's gift was dead on arrival.
Silly me. Putting a cake on a chair.
Almaz could have watched where he was sitting down, so much for his flashy outfit.
At least Genghis's flowers survived. No one else has given me poppies, before or since.
The four of us won't fit. I'll take the stairs. Bit of exercise too. I've put on a few pounds.
Looks like Genghis is as athletic as ever.
Isn't that a good thing?
Never said it wasn't. Just no.
It's a tie.
So many of you kids. Even Asya's here. Oh, what a surprise.
Oh, please. Back in the day, half the town would be here.
There's not much to celebrate anymore. I'm growing older, year after year. To the table! To the table! Let me at least pour you some tea. To the table! I baked a cake. Misha, help me fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Grab the tray and take it to the table. Misha, please serve the tea. You're sitting closest to the samovar.
Less talking, more pouring.
Pour me one with everything. Truly chivalrous of you.
Just add some cold water.
Same as Joma.
You're a big boy now, and you're still imitating your older brother.
I'm not. That's actually how I like it.
With me, it's simple. Just give me some dry tea leaves and I'll smoke them. What's with a blank stare? I'm kidding. Sugar and lemon's fine.
Nothing special for me. Hot, no sugar, no lemon. Don't you remember?
Just what the doctor ordered.
Bellissimo.
Me, I like it hot.
This is amazing.
Mom, I know you have a whole archive of our childhood photos. Here's some more for your collection.
My goodness! Where'd you find all these treasures?
It's our trade secret.
And thank you for the wonderful flowers. Misha, I've been told it was you who helped Almaz choose them. How did you know?
The tea is so delicious. Just like when we were kids, home after a snowball fight.
Well, we did storm an actual snow castle. You do need armor for that.
I was more fond of New Year's Day. We were allowed to be out all night.
What a sad story. You never told us.
I distinctly remember a different night. where you went out.
To be honest, I completely understand the kids from the group home. We wanted out for the exact same reason they do.
Lies, every bit of it. Misha, if you want to make fun of me, you need to give it a little more effort. That completely failed to wind me up.
Thanks for the birthday wishes. No, I haven't seen Nikolai. He must be in the garage, busy fixing something or another. That really is odd. Where could he be? Kolya's gone. He's not in the garage. Zenaida is worried because he promised to drive her to Kazan. She needs to buy something there.
Why are you surprised? We were a great excuse for him to get out of that trip. Perhaps he won't even yell at us for the car breaking down.
Whichever way this goes, we have to return the car. Perhaps we'll run into Uncle Kolya on the way.
I'm not going, Misha. I won't rest till I know everything's fine. Uncle Kolya may be difficult, but he's not some stranger.
No problem. Here's what I think. It's not likely Uncle Kolya is looking for the car. Or it'd show up here. I'll check at the precinct. Maybe they know.
Why not just call?
If he's gotten himself locked up, I'll have to personally step in.
Exactly. I'm going to call Dad and give him a heads up. Hi, Dad. Don't wait for me tonight. I'm having a sleepover. Everything's fine. We've just been out late. Love you too. See you tomorrow.
Train station. Should he be? You got it. I don't even know why they're keeping both of us here. You could just ID everyone on the way out. Suppose I feel that you are.
If Uncle Kolya found out that Vitalik is covering for me, he'd badger me about it forever. I hope Asya didn't get the wrong idea.
Well, shall we?
Uncle Kolya!
It's as if the ground swallowed him.
I can't drive. Fine. I've warned you. You guys are so athletic.
Call me a weakling now. I dare you.
Looks like we're managing it.
I'm stuck starting to like this.
I should paint this. Car haulers on the Volga.
Watch your hands then.
Put your backs into it. Come on, let's get some speed going.
Easy, if we work as a team.
Don't give up. We can do this.
I think I'm getting my second wind.
We're almost there.
It's eerily quiet. I can't keep this up.
Me neither. Hi, have you seen Uncle Kolya by any chance?
He's at the police station.
We should have gone with Genghis right away.
We were watching football, had a petty argument, and then he goes, "Do I know you?" Wouldn't calm down till the police brought him in. Tried to pin the car theft on me too. You should go to the precinct and see for yourselves.
Genghis was quite the troublemaker in our school days. He even had a juvie record behind him. His parents and teachers had pretty much given up on getting him to see any sense, They just kept saying he'd be the death of them. And when we were studying the Reformation in world history, Genghis wrote on the wall of the police cell, "Here I sit, I can do no other." That was prophetic. He was, to return there in a different role, let's say.
There you are. Misha, you need to see this.
Why are you here? This isn't a zoo, and if it is, pay for your tickets. I'm not your uncle.
Your Pobieda's engine died on the way. We just put the car back in the garage.
What's that got to do with you? Why are you protecting that jerk? I don't even know you. Leave me alone.
Let's go. Anzina's been looking for you.
That stupid woman who came to see me? I'd rather sit here a while longer. But you, beautiful, I'd take you out for a stroll.
Well, what did I tell you?
They're both fond of booze.
It's clear, isn't it? The Yanks deployed a psionic weapon. Don't be so paranoid, man.
Let's go for a walk and discuss it, maybe. It's such a warm night. Feels like summer.
I've got more business to sort out here.
We're going to Mom's place. It's her 60th birthday, and we've abandoned her.
You're no fun.
Don't be dumb, Misha. Nighttime with a beautiful girl? You can sleep when you're dead.
Don't lose track of time. If it gets too late at night, I may not let you in.
How about the school?
Uncle Kolya would often quote this proverb. He'd say, "Don't think prison or poverty can never happen to you." His fear of getting locked up, it sort of made him sycophantic towards his superiors. It was kind of disgusting to witness, to be honest. That being said, he never minced his words with others. As for money, well, you can only make so much working at a train station. I don't suppose Uncle Kolya has a chest full of gold hidden off somewhere that you can get to. It still doesn't add up. Two people with the same symptom. Two eventful days, and my head is no longer swarming with nonsense. Perhaps it really is time to make a change.
Let's go to the roof. My tongue's about to fall off. Never thought I could chat for a whole night. You're right. It's time to head down. No, really. You've got the morning train passengers to let through. You should get some sleep. I'll be off in the evening. We've got another day to spend together. Should we go right now, or sit here for some more? I'm all ears. I know how you feel about me. When people hesitate like that, it's obvious. I feel cozy next to you too.
Dear passengers, the train now approaching platform 1 is the 423 service from Kazan.
Reveille.
Please stand clear from the edge of the platform.
Reveille. What are you doing here? Did you get kicked out of the house or something?
Dear passengers of the 423 service from Kazan,
Classmates
your
can't
train has
be
arrived on
bedmates,
platform
huh?
1. Numbering of the cars starts at the
Fine,
front
whatever.
of the train.
Get
Thank
up.
you for your
Train's
attention.
pulling in.
Your parents are in Kazan, right, Misha? Has it been long since you checked on them? Kazan's giving off a bad vibe. Helicopters and cops everywhere. Army vehicles, too. We decided not to wait for the news. Took off home in a hurry. A backwater place like this feels safer. Not far from a military post, too. Tried to get my old folks to come along, but they wouldn't abandon the house.
We have to hurry, Misha. Mom's lost her memory. God damn it, Misha. Which part isn't clear? I came in for breakfast, and she said to Tioma, you could have at least introduced your friend. Ah, it's so damn obvious. Somehow we didn't think of that. He got insistent with Mum too. She won't listen to him. We need an outsider to do it.
If you spot any suspicious items, then please.
Don't even look in that direction. You can check that out later. Our house is a shorter walk.
Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now... Depart from platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
What's more important to you, a helicopter or Mom? World's slowest elevator. I'll wait here. Mom can't stand the sight of me now.
Who's there? I have not lost my memory. Are you alone? Keep her safe. It's dangerous to walk around at night, even in this backwater town. There's a deranged man in town. Came here in the morning and insisted he was my son. And Tioma backed him up. Why aren't the police doing anything? From now on, I'm locking my door. Is that some practical joke? How do you know him? Tioma does too. Does Asya? What kind of a name is Almaz? Well, if you insist, you're like little kids. Just have to play your games. Then again, it's my birthday, isn't it? It's got to be memorable. Am I right? Don't waste your time, Misha, dear. You're not going to find any Almaz here.
Oh, but I will. That toy train set was a present to him from Uncle Bahir.
He bought that wretched train set for Choma as a New Year present. Back then, you dreamt of faraway lands. You almost took residence in our house, playing with it for days on end.
Yeah, that happened. But who do you think this little crying guy is?
What? You don't recognize yourself? Or how you lost your mind? You monopolized that train set. For all that Tioma had been taught to share, in the end, he had enough and took it back.
Tioma and I are the same age here. Well, look, the other boy in the picture is clearly younger.
You know, you're right. Who is that then?
Take a hint. It's Almaz.
I know. A friend of mine had come over and brought her kid along. Exactly.
Stop making things up, Aunt Galia.
Don't raise your voice at your elders. That's enough joking.
What's funny about this? Imagine how Almaz is feeling right now.
Imagine how I'm feeling right now. People are telling me I've gone insane.
We want to help.
I'm perfectly fine.
Ah, check your passport. There must be a mention of Almaz in it.
So you too had a hand in tampering with my passport, you good-for-nothing.
Look inside the photo album we gave you yesterday. Almaz is all over it.
The photographs are doctored. I've read how that can be done. Out of arguments, are you?
Almaz puts his hopes in me. I must do everything I can. Aunt Galia is on edge. Enough for now, maybe. Almaz and I can think of more strategies later. All right, I give up. You saw right through us.
I must confess, I was almost convinced. You were really thorough about the whole business. No idea what the point was, however.
I gave up too early with Aunt Galia. I should have been pushier.
Now my mood is ruined.
This is in case I forget. I'll write a note on the back along the lines of Artyom, if you're reading this, you've lost your memory. That's Misha in the photo. He's a friend. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. The symptoms are too odd for this to be a contagious disease, but somehow it's spreading. We must take every precaution. It's about time he stopped clinging to Mom's skirts. This whole thing is unpleasant, of course, but it's not life or death. She's not 5. She'll be fine. Where have you hidden Asya, by the way? I have to take a picture of her, too. Bring her to my place later?
The paint must have dried up by now. How often does Almaz come here?
How did it go? I'm not just gonna give up. I'll wait for her on the bench here. She'll leave the house at some point.
I'm back. What's our plan? What, Asya? You're still asleep? Get up, sleepyhead. She didn't wait after all. Must have run off to the station to see me. So what's the deal with this visit? Today a helicopter, tomorrow a UFO? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. She must have been bored enough to find something to entertain herself with.
Local health authorities are conducting mass testings of citizens to keep track of cases of infection and contain the disease. Preliminary data indicates the disease is caused by a previously unknown pathogen. All available resources have been deployed to combat its spread.
Yes, I've seen the helicopters. Yes, I am home. Yes, I am fine. Well, that changes everything. Have you heard about the events here in Kazan? My phone has been on fire since this morning. I'm sick of it already. Why? Here I am, enjoying a cup of coffee on my balcony. The worst that can happen to us will happen. We're all going to die. Fair enough.
They say it's some kind of emergency.
Hey, Misha! What are you, a stranger? Hey, Misha, you're here too. Meet my fiancée, Olya. Olya, this is Misha. We've known each other since school.
Nice to meet you too.
Why'd you skip work yesterday? Did you find him? Rumor has it that your neighbor Vitya doesn't recognize his kids anymore, too. That the same woman you were chattering away with yesterday at the station? No, but go check the hospital. Maybe she's getting tested. A flu epidemic or something. They've sent some big boss over from Kazan. Hell of a guy, loud. They're marching everyone off to get tested, threatening to put us in quarantine. Well, what is it then? Gee, you're really cheering us up, Misha. I would have preferred the flu.
Why won't she stay at home? Walking around with all that damn nonsense going on. I'm not a fan of medical stuff, but if Asia's in the hospital, I can manage for her sake. She didn't wait after all. Asia? Are you here?
Next.
Has anyone seen Asia?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop
Take the chair,
yelling.
please.
Have you had a blood sample taken yet?
You here for a blood test? That's further down the hallway. That's a police matter, not ours. Go and get tested. If she was there, her name will be in the log.
Anyone else here for test? Relax. Try to
Not the helicopter we imagined as kids up in the oak tree.
move on. Don't.
Should I try to get ahead of the line? I only need to ask about Asia.
Slow down in the queue. Come in and sit down.
We're getting to the final stretch.
Relax. Try to feel at home. Anyone else here for tests? What's your name?
Snegov Mikhail Anatольевич.
Take the chair, please.
As they say, thank you for doing your civic duty. Does this look like an information desk to you?
What's with you being so grumpy today? Why not help the guy? You never know. What's the girl's name? I'll check. Kamishina. You say Kamishina. No record, sorry.
You're here, and you don't know, eh? There's a suspected novel strain of flu, like the Spanish one earlier this century. We need a large sample to be sure. Whether to vaccinate or to test first is our call to make. In about a week.
Next. Come in and sit down.
Police. He's on patrol duty, driving around town. It's about the testing. Can I take a message?
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan. I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital.
Are you fussing around?
Cases of a new form of influenza have been
Asya?
reported in Tatarstan.
Well, why didn't you say so? I've seen her. She was up by your window. I told her she was late for the train. I suppose she went off to gawk at the helicopter. That's what everyone's going on about. Who's...
Whoa, why are you running around like a madman? I thought you were both gone. Where did you vanish to last night? Her too, you think? That's right. It's too early to panic. Provided she remembers who you are.
Dear passengers,
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan. I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan.
I feel like Andrei Balkonsky when I'm near our oak tree. Nothing makes sense. Everything is futile. And nothing good awaits. She can't know about Aunt Galia, or else she won't leave. I mean, she even stayed for Uncle Kolya's sake. Looks like Asya isn't at the hospital. Not where I'd want to find her anyway. On the other hand, how can I lie to her? She'll never forgive me. What if Asya's forgotten everything too?
Misha! Blockhead. What? Did you think I lost my memory too? Did you go to Aunt Galia's place? What are we going to do? I was talking about Aunt Galia. But what about my work trip? So, you think the whole mess is because of this forgetting thing? I don't even know what to call it. What are your plans? Then let's go to the station, shall we?
I wonder how old it is. It's simply massive. Probably remembers the mammoths. I need to get Asya out of here. Something bad is going on in this town. She'd be better off not coming back here. If you've known someone a long time, even silence feels intimate.
And here's Misha. He'll have all the answers for us. What's the deal with the train, man?
There won't be a train.
You can call the bosses!
Give me 5 minutes and I'm all yours. What's with your tone? I went around the shops to stock up on essentials. We don't know what to expect yet. Don't remind me about him. Did she hit her head? So people weren't kidding. I need to process what you said.
If you're hearing this message, I am not at home. Please. Ah, it's you again. Don't you worry about her. Her personality being what it is, it's everyone else who will need saving from her. Wait, who? Who's losing their memory? Right. What could it be? Keep me posted.
Well? Looks like we're not the only ones. Say, for example, what time the train will be here?
It'll be here when we stop it. Let us out on the tracks, Misha, if calling isn't an option. You're all over the place. First you admit the flu thing is a load of bull, and now you won't let us out? Misha, right now you absolutely don't have to be some big boss.
Please. Misha needs that train as much as you do to put me on it. But what difference does it make if there is no train? What can he do?
He can let us through the door to the platform. We'll handle it from there, no worries.
Let me say a few words to Misha. He'll listen to me. Listen, man, my life is in Moscow. Children leave the nest sooner or later. It's your nest that's backwards. The parents left. I don't want to be stuck here and end up like my mom. I'm sure others feel the same way. Why? You did have ambition. You wanted to win Asya's heart, and you just didn't know how. You tailed her everywhere. Oh, please. Asya and you, fat chance. You might as well say you won the Nobel Prize in Physics or have been appointed Minister of Transportation. Although in that case, you would have no problem letting us out. But what are we talking about? How do you know my name? Why, of course, I showed you my permit on the way in. Misha? Misha who? Do you have any idea how many Mishas I've met in Moscow? You weren't among them, though. I've never seen you before, and I hope I never see you again. Misha, my friend from school. No, that's impossible. Not like this. What if I forget everyone? How am I gonna live? If you're telling the truth, let us out. For our friendship's sake. Do you value procedure over living, breathing human beings? Follow.
Get away from the door! I see it! It's getting closer! Hey! Stop the train!
Why won't it stop? Hey! Stop the train! Everyone out of the way! It almost ran over us. Satisfied? From now on, you'd better stay out of my way. If I see you again, you only have yourself to blame.
Whatever. We'll see who gets the last laugh. We're gonna hijack a bus and make a break for freedom. Why would we? Let me get this straight. Are you threatening us? So what are you suggesting? We can think about it elsewhere. It makes no difference. I'd rather go home. I see. Smart choice. Love and harmony to you both. Wait! Don't leave without me!
Home?
Nothing left to do at the station. I should head home, crash, and forget this whole nightmare.
I'll stay over at Aunt Galia's for the night. She needs support now. See you tomorrow. I hope there will be a tomorrow.
Can I stay at your place for the night? Do you think I ought to leave Mum alone? Asya, it's me again. Hell-bent on not giving you two doves any privacy. You and her apart? I thought you'd never be torn apart again. Asya just can't leave. That gives me time to find common ground with Mum. Where is he now? He's crazy. Do you think I'll lose my memory next? Lo and behold, my oak tree. It's been such a long time since I last visited you. It was always Mom I went to. I think your place has barely changed. Suppose the quarantine drags on, you lose your job, and you hibernate. You're a Misha, after all. A name they give to bears, and it'll be winter soon. Your wish is my command. I suppose I'll be off to bed then. I'm dead tired.
You're a heck of a sleeper. I've already had breakfast. Fat Chat's still pushing the flu story. They even ran an on-the-ground report about it. I was just thinking of going there to pick up Asya, but well, aren't you afraid you'll get chased away again? You just won't take no for an answer, will you? Well, go get ready then. You're already here. I was about to come to yours.
Sure, bring out the excuses. You were probably in bed like the lazy bones you are.
Even Almaz is up.
Hi there. I calmed her down. Had to tell her it was you who'd forgotten your mother and went looking for her. What? At least I did something.
Shall we get going?
I'm off to the Institute. I've got work to do. Quarantine or no quarantine.
I'm coming with you. I'm not letting you go missing again.
Blockhead. You think you can save me from amnesia by being at my side?
Are you coming along, Almaz?
God, going to Mum is so scary.
Who's there?
Artyom, have you lost your keys? That doesn't sound like your voice. Where have I heard it before? Are you making a mockery of me? Trying to see how far you can push me? What can I say? Telling lies was a great start. Oh, like I'll let you in now? Welcome, my good sir. Please go while the going's good. I'm going to call the police. You can stay with them. You think I won't? I will, and you know it.
Is she really gonna call the police? I gotta scram.
Hello, is this the police?
I once painted all over the entrance hall wall. No one told me off. On the contrary, Mom suggested that I should paint more. Mom was always supportive of me. For his part, Dad put in a word so it wasn't considered vandalism. It became an impromptu exhibit. Even the school newspaper wrote about it. But one day, they repaired the entrance hall, painting it all over.
Almaz, is that you making the ruckus in there? Listen, buddy, you're chasing after your mom the way others chase after women. Don't know how to put this politely, but it don't look very healthy. Listen, you're only making it worse. Next time it might not be me who responds to the call. You might end up behind bars for quite a while. And I'm telling you, as a friend, to back off. Temporarily, at least. Choose the right moment. Don't be so obvious. Strategy, tactics, and all that. Let's go. Don't get stubborn on me. Where do you want to live to? Your mom's watching us over there in the window. Let her think I've dealt with you.
Incentive, are you done at Zacchaeus?
Affirmative.
Then hurry off to the town council. The garrison commander is about to start his speech. People are trickling in already.
Copy that.
Quiet now. There aren't many of you. Does no one care what's happening in this country?
The TV won't stop going on about it. We've heard enough.
Then why are you here? Nobody forced you to show up. What questions? Haven't heard that before. I will make some inquiries. I don't owe any explanations to anyone. Will you let me end this meeting? The latter, of course, but I'd like questions to remain reasonable and civil. Enough now!
No, not enough. You'll go when the people let you.
In due time or a little later.
Is that supposed to be funny?
As soon as the epidemiological situation stabilizes. How could I know when that will happen? Unlike my soldiers, the disease does not report to me. Hey, you know what? Come back when you've learned some discipline, boy. I have no time for you.
Don't shut him up. Give him an earful, bro.
Don't make it worse, Almaz. There's enough trouble as it is.
If you want to vent, you have us. That's what friends are for.
Don't listen to them, man. You're doing everything right.
That's it. My patience is out. Take him away.
Sorry, buddy. An order's an order.
Now we've got plenty of time to discuss anything we can think of. They opened fire at the checkpoint. Just warning shots, thankfully, but enough to stop us. The driver spun the truck around hard. It skid off the road and flipped on its side. We climbed out through the windows and scattered. They didn't bother to chase us, let it slide the first time, I suppose. Less than an hour into our incarceration, we were out of ways to entertain ourselves.
Almaz, you've been too spry for your own good as it is. How about you put your feet up for a minute? Kutu, I know you won't rest till you get it.
Hello? Are you calling about the camp? Who gave you my number? I don't believe you. You've already spun me a sweater's worth of yarn. Did he care about me when he ran away yesterday? He'll be fine. It'll do him good to sit there and reflect on his actions.
And here, I thought I'd just visit my childhood friends. I'm feeling like a revolutionary from the time of the
Come on, Genghis, out with it. Are Almaz and Choma in your custody?
Of course they are, of course they are.
But you will let them go, right? Right?
I can't. Gotta do my goddamn duty.
Will you let us see them?
I have no right to do that either. You're not family.
Genghis, come on. You let us see Uncle Kolya, and this is Choma and Almaz.
That was 2 days ago. Things have changed in a major way since then.
When will they be released?
Soon. They'll be here for a couple of days till everyone forgets about them, then they can walk.
Remember how Genghis smashed a town window and wound up here?
He was always too prone to accept a dare.
I guess it's karma. Us being here now for leaving him out to dry then.
But we were the ones who got him out of that one too. Even back then, we'd go to jail for him if we had to.
We didn't get him out. It was Dad.
Yeah, but only when we confessed that we had dared Genghis to smash the window of his office.
It's not a good thing to do. Dragging others into your family matters? We'd had a fight with Dad, and that had nothing to do with Genghis.
By the way, Dad often said pretty harsh things about him. Genghis was, after all, a punk.
What we did certainly didn't make him more popular. Besides, the reason for the fight had been us refusing to volunteer for the subordinate.
All that gardening. I was never one for manual labor. I use my head. That's more who I am.
Is Chioma with you? Let me in. I'm getting in one way or another. Artyom, how did this happen? Oh, you're here too, punk. At last.
Is that our mom, Almaz?
You've still got your sense of humor, even here. I'm proud of you.
I honestly don't remember you. Nothing comes to mind.
What are my favorite flowers?
Lilacs? Starworts? Peonies? I don't know.
Roses! Ordinary red roses! You're giving wrong answers on purpose. I don't know anymore. The whole world's upside down. Chioma, is this young man really my son?
Don't know about the son part, but he is my brother.
Seriously, Nael, let these two goofballs leave. They may have gotten a little carried away, but they wouldn't hurt a fly.
I could let you go, Almaz, but your brother...
What did I do that was so bad?
You're a repeat offender. Yesterday you hijacked a bus. That's right, I saw you scurry away from the checkpoint. And today you're stirring up trouble at the public gathering.
Almaz was at that meeting too.
But otherwise he's clean. Just a couple of days before everyone stops caring who's locked up in here. There's enough other problems right now. Well, you can go. Hurry up, Almaz, before I change my mind.
What's going on with Chioma?
Almaz is joking around as usual. I'll release the prisoner in a few days after he's cooled down.
We had no doubt about Almaz, but do you promise?
Word of the Khan.
We have it bad. Chioma's forgotten me.
We've noticed.
So, is this where we part ways, youngsters?
All right, you can stay at my place.
That should be enough hugging.
One more minute, please.
You're really serious about this.
You know this is forever.
We're finished.
You
there in the uniform.
Hey, Pig! Got a smoke? He's with us now. We're gonna make a proper dude out of him.
Katya got the infection from Dad. Says to get out of her face. Doesn't recognize me.
Leave them be. Let them get caught like I was, and they'll start to see sense.
Gee, look at him. He cares. Father of the Year. Of what, Hook? Nothing happened. Got trotted out. We thought it went all smooth like.
To hell with them. Let's go, Genghis.
Can I go to Uncle Misha's? To build the model ship. Look! More soldiers!
Misha and Asya will probably stay home. They don't need anyone in the world right now. They already went there this morning. I stayed at Misha's for the night. I don't want to know what you just imagined. What's that? Can you smell it? It's like smoke. The orphanage is on fire. Quick, let's go to your place and call the fire brigade.
There's a hole in the fence. It's a shortcut. Follow me. We are almost at the hole.
Those rascals of mine. It's their revenge. 11 people in this wing, 9 in the other one.
I'll take the second wing.
Smoke's giving me a sore throat. What are you dead?
5 days in a row. Let a man get some sleep. Will they or won't they?
Get ready to go. Genghis is in the hospital. You haven't heard about the orphanage fire? That's what I'm still trying to find out.
Have you forgotten me, Misha?
Did you want something? Tell me, quickly though. Isienef. Yes, we do. Well, you can head straight to the patient and follow me.
Stay orderly, children. Our hero needs rest.
I'm gonna be a policeman too when I finish school. Will you be our coach when they check you out of here?
You're gonna regret you even asked. I'll make you sweat like no tomorrow.
All right, time to go. There are more visitors.
We'll come again.
Mikhail, how wonderful. You're just the person I need. Come to the school later to help. There's going to be a camp outside the school to shelter all the newly homeless people. My kids were even allowed inside the school. They're still investigating. But it's clear, isn't it? My fugitives set the fire. They weren't happy just running away. They had to deprive others of a home too. Yes, a couple of bad eggs. Comrade Staff Sergeant himself couldn't stop them, so I had no chance either. His name's Nail, not Genghis. You should be more respectful. Last night, he saved my kids from certain death. You were lucky, growing up along someone so admirable and inspiring. What are you talking about, Mikhail? I've only known him since the fire. More of us? What? I'll be waiting for you outside the school. They're sending a bus to drive us there. If you hurry, you'll catch it.
Here to see me too? No more trials for me, please, if at all possible. Scars adorn a man. It's nice, the whole thing. So many visitors today. You mean we're from the same town? Sure. I'm gonna have to ask you an awkward question, though. What's your name, friend? So you know my name, but I don't know yours. How is that fair? Quit making fun of a sick man. Are you gonna get what's coming to you? Who told you? None of them. Any other questions?
Hi, Uncle Misha. Yes, me and a bunch of kids ran away, and Uncle Nail took me in. Katya doesn't recognize me. Told me to leave her alone. They put her at the other end of the hallway. When are we going to build a ship? Let's start building already.
A single sheet of paper is all I need. Pietia is waiting. I'll distract him with a paper boat sitting at the opposite ends of a corridor. The epitome of a broken family.
It's so awesome to have friends around. Such a relief for once. I'm flattered. It's nice to see that news of my heroic feats travels fast. Whoa. Hang on a minute. Let me think. Genghis who? I only remember bits and pieces from last night because of all the adrenaline, but I don't remember any Mongolian guy giving me shelter. Is that the truth? You swear it? I knew I didn't have much time left.
Misha, here I was shouting after him, and he... Did you decide not to worry me like the Angalia situation? Don't try to make it easy for me. We're both friends with Genghis. I'm staying at your place tonight. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Great.
Shall we start? Have you made things out of folded paper before? That step wasn't right. Let's go back.
No, neither Dad nor Katia knew how. Will you show me?
You start like this. Now over to you. I'll guide.
So easy.
What did you guys play with at home?
We had toy cars, toy soldiers, a ball.
So you and your dad had fun, eh?
That was nice. He got mad sometimes, but we always made up later.
Yeah, Katia's wonderful too.
She used to read me bedtime stories.
And there it is, the final fold.
I knew you'd come. You'd never abandon me, right? I like to know that for some reason. Sappy as it sounds. Boy, the closest person I have is a neighbor. No family, no friends. Are you talking about that kid who pestered me? He's not my brother. Did he tell you that? The liar! I haven't forgotten. I haven't!
Don't worry. Everything's all right.
All right? My father forgot me. I was put in an orphanage, and then it burned down. You call that all right? It all pisses me off so much. You used to always support me, Misha, and now...
Let's have a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like everyone who should be here is here. Get in the bus, everybody, and don't hold anyone up.
Eager to contribute to the effort? See that truck over there? The cargo inside needs to be over here. Now's a good time to give the kids something to do. They need distraction.
Oh, I'll gladly do it. They're kids after all.
That's enough idling.
Once upon a time, there lived by the seaside 5 inseparable friends. They would spend whole days out at sea. It was a wonder their parents still recognized them. But one day, a storm unlike any ever seen destroyed their little town and carried the children away into the open sea. They were on the verge of drowning when suddenly there appeared a boat as wide as snow and rescued the children from the rough sea. It was no ordinary boat, but a living thing with a name. A skull-shaped rock stood tall on the tiny island, and under the rock sat a chest full of gold. But as soon as someone reached out to the chest, the lid snapped shut. The chest, too, was a living thing. With promises of carefree future, it convinced one of the children to stay on the island and become a pirate. His friends implored him to continue the journey with them, but to no avail. The other seafarers went on in search of their home, though they had no inkling as to where the adventurous sea had brought them. The storm had already abated, the sea was calm, and the boat barely made any headway. Finally, an island loomed ahead. As soon as they made landfall and prepared to rest, the island shook, revealing itself to be the back of a whale. The children hurried away. The whale could dive at any moment, pulling them underwater. The boat crossed the sea far and wide, but never brought the children home. The wanderers met no end of misadventures. Once they came across mermaids. One of the children could not resist the charms of their sweet song, and the mermaids carried him away.
This should be enough to start. We'll bring more later. Got
Aisha, still messing around with the kids. Lost all notion of time. I should pick her up.
more places to deliver to.
And they gave chase. The mermaids grabbed hold of the boat and rocked it, nearly sinking it until they found themselves bombarded with trash. The projectiles of teenagers who lived on a nearby island. They were only slightly older than our band of seafarers. The third child stayed behind with them. He was lured by the teenagers' promise of complete freedom from parents. The boat sailed on into the boundless ocean, carrying the last two children, a brother and sister. Dolphins incessantly pushed them back toward land, but as soon as the boat crossed an invisible boundary, they instead became helpful. And that was how the children reached the continent, where they were welcomed ashore by grown-ups who had lost their own children. They became as one big family to each other and lived happily ever after. I'm finished. How about you? Your place, then? Like I told you, I'm staying at your place for the night. Do you remember the curfew?
I hope I can make it home without being signed up for more volunteer work. Aisya's father took us on a trip once. The 6 of us couldn't fit in the car. Besides the driver and his daughter, the other people were, who was it? We had Tioma, Almaz, Genghis, and me, of course. And Genghis volunteered to ride in the trunk. Aisya's father disagreed adamantly. You know, he found the idea absurd, but as always, Genghis wouldn't give up. In the end, the driver pulled a trick on him. He stopped by the first traffic police post we came across, and he asked them to search the trunk on the pretense of a contraband check. Genghis was scared out of his wits. He spent the rest of the journey lying across our laps. We were headed for the Volga. Almaz was gonna dive underwater, grab Aisya's foot like a sea monster. Ah! He knew she was afraid of the water. One time, he missed, grabbed my foot instead. I was so startled, I kicked him in the forehead with my heel. It was a great day. You know, the wild, wide river, the few scant clouds in the sky, they looked like little pillow feathers. And then you had the wind. It's like a breath of the future, holding so much promise for us. It was magnificent. One way we entertained ourselves in the winter was by building snowmen. Now, originally we used carrots for the snowmen's noses. My parents would always joke that I was a strain on the vegetable reserves. And once we noticed birds pecking at the carrots, we had to switch to inedible materials. After we'd heard about the Guinness Book of Records, we decided to get in one way or another and settled on building a giant snowman. It took every one of us to roll the big snowballs. And thankfully, they got smaller as the snowman started to shape up. Otherwise, well, we wouldn't have been able to lift them. Still, the lifting was a group effort too. We had to use ladders to place the head on. In the end, the snowman was taller than a grown person. It reached around the second floor of most buildings in our town. But we never made the Guinness Book of Records, so I suppose someone built an even bigger snowman.
It's strange to be in your childhood hometown while all these events unfold. Moments like these make you believe in fate. A coincidence is only what it looks like to us. I suppose I'm not the only one caught in a situation like this. I have had bad premonitions. Put the kettle on, maybe? And put on some music. Let's make it an evening to remember.
Is Asia with you, Misha? She called me 2 days ago to say the trains had been cancelled, and I haven't heard from her since. Oh, thank God. That's such a relief. I was already thinking of taking Valerian to calm down. May I talk to her?
Vladlen Alexeyevich? The man who accommodated me in Kazan? My dad? I haven't seen my father since I left to Moscow to study. Give us a minute, Misha. Dad? Is that really you? That's no joking matter. I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't say that. Please don't. I can't.
I can't leave Asya all alone at a moment like this. Asya! Wait for me! Don't run away!
Get back here!
To hell with him. Let him go.
I can't leave Asya. Things are becoming fraught. I'll wait for Asya at home. She'll be sensible enough to come back.
Freeze!
Bastard got away.
is Asya now? Alone in the middle of the night. Asya and I could be together at my place right now. As romantic as an evening can get. The town's dangerous and the world's going crazy. If this is happening here, where everyone knows everyone, what must it be like outside? Besides, it's fall, and the night gets cold. I hope Asya goes to the camp. It's better than nothing. Ideally, of course, she should ask Aunt Galia to take her in. She might catch a cold and be bedridden for weeks. I don't care about myself. Without Asya, there's no... What if she takes her own life on an impulse by jumping into the pond or from a roof? But here's something I haven't considered. Aunt Galia may have forgotten Asya by now. Then she wouldn't let her in. How can I help Asya? People live for years with incurable illness, taking medicine, and this is only a memory thing. Wish we could find the cause of the disease. That's something we could have a fighting chance against. Even if we don't obliterate the thing itself, we could at least undo the consequences. An enemy whose face you've seen is no longer intimidating. You overcome your fear and put up a fight. Fingers crossed that the doctors discover the foe in our blood. However, the disease must be sentient to be capable of selectively wiping memories. Once we eliminate infection, we're left with conspiracy theories and the paranormal. Maybe we're dreaming all this and only have to wake up. But I've heard a theory the world is only a simulation, a computer program. Hello? In case our creators are listening, stop already. A long time ago, people lost their common language. This is happening again. Tower of Babylon, round 2. What if Chorma's right? Someone's testing a psychic weapon on us. Chorma was joking, of course, but as they say in every joke, there's a grain of something. Asya, please be Asya.
Sorry for ruining your evening. I was afraid you'd answer differently. I spent all night sitting on the pigeon loft next to my old house, rooted to the spot. Well, I remember having a father. I remember the place we lived. I just don't remember who he was. Yeah, let's go. Beats being stuck at home anyhow. A stroll around town it is. How about we start with the garages? I heard they're selling medicine there. Let me ask you in turn. Who's Uncle Kolya? Did I know him?
Uncle Kolya just can't stay put, can he? Let's see what he's up to this time. Take us away from here.
Don't say that. Please don't. I can't.
I can't leave Asya all alone at a moment like this. Asya! Wait for me! Don't run away!
Halt!
Leave me. If I forget you all, I'd rather be alone when it happens. So I'd look around and wonder where I am and who I am. Glass half full, huh? And if it's half empty? You're right. We know nothing about the disease. Enough talk. Let's be quiet for a while.
Who's there? Familiar faces. What are you doing here? It's past curfew. Spent the whole day on the ruins of the orphanage I only just left. Want to lift home, so they don't detain you.
Are you asleep? I'm asleep. Let's stay home today. Like when we were kids, remember? Calling out, "I'm in the house!" to declare a timeout. Maybe we can stay safe this way. Yes, autumn is the best time for nostalgia, melancholy, brooding, and despondence. Shaken, not stirred. I'll go where you go.
Hurry before it's all gone. You youngsters only ever notice each other. A certain tinkerer found a cure for the disease. He's at the garage yard selling it. You'll recognize him by his car. A Pobeda from the Soviet times. Why, it's no scheme. He really does remember everyone.
Uncle Kolya? It rings a bell. As though I had an actual relative by that name as a kid.
I've never crossed paths with him, to be honest. Or so I think.
Let's go there, Misha. It counts as strolling around, too.
Hey, more buyers. I'm getting good word of mouth. Are you here for the cure? I discovered it by good old scientific trial and error. Don't believe me? Go ahead and ask questions. Name anyone and I'll air all their dirty laundry. You, Commissioner Anastasia Vladlinovna, deafened us with your first cry on July 26, 1976. Mother, Olga, croaked when you were 11.
No, don't bring my mother into this.
Remember how you got me the job at the station?
Why, of course. Why not help a nice person out when you get the opportunity?
You sang a different tune back then. They're chasing me out into retirement. I'm not letting anyone have my job, and so on.
Yeah, that was rash of me. But I did put in a good word for you in the end.
Then it turned out that you'd been counting on me getting fired the next day. You got me the job because you didn't think I was a viable candidate. And at first you micromanaged me constantly, chewed me out for every trifle. You played the irreplaceable veteran of the workforce.
So that's the thanks I get. I was passing on my experience to you, and you reproached me for it.
Well, if that's true, tell me how it happened. I'd gladly hear your side of the story. Perhaps I don't remember all of it now. After all, it's been a good few years.
Well, like I said, I was trying to help. I suppose it was clumsy, but I did what I could.
And they could have kept you on for longer. It's just, you got on everyone's nerves so much by then that they were eager to get rid of you.
If I'd been such a jerk, then why didn't they kick me out earlier?
They couldn't find a replacement. I work 7 days a week too, you know, and there's no one else to work the shifts. At least they're not making me sit there in the afternoon. Our bosses are great. If it weren't for your colleagues, you would have gotten away with your bullying.
You're spiteful. Is there nothing else you can remember?
Would you rather forget? Or have you forgotten already? Perhaps I'm making it all up?
Me? I don't hold grudges. Why remember vile stuff about each other?
Ah, so you admit you've forgotten. Because you know, I was messing with you. None of that actually happened. You supported me in every way possible.
Then why are you messing with my head? You're asking for a good beating.
Better confess to what you're doing here. If Misha is exposed to you, so will others.
If you know a way to trick people, you smartasses, then out with it. I'll cut you in.
Thanks, but we're not desperate for cash. What we need from you is the truth. Or should we make the military aware of the scheme you're running?
All right then, here goes. I stole people's records from the station. I know everything about everyone now.
Not quite everything, apparently.
Are you listening or what? Who am I telling this to? I can pretend I'm completely free of confusion, and what I'm peddling as medicine is ordinary aspirin. Yeah, and who'll reimburse me for the bribe to get into the station for the year's worth of aspirin? By the time that happens, I'll have earned good money and gotten out of here. All right, all right. Don't do anything rash. I'll return the records. I'm headed there anyway.
I'm finding it hard to trust Uncle Kolya, especially now that he's forgotten me. He can always go somewhere else and sell his stuff there. People are grasping at straws, ready to believe in any miracle. Let Uncle Kolya forget what he was like in his past life. At least something good has come from his obliviousness.
You lied to Uncle Kolya, didn't you? He actually did bully you. Do you think you'll become a better person? No one's a villain in their own eyes. Trust is the most important thing now. Former friends are turning into strangers, but the hope for the cure is gone. Then let's go and, how did you put it, stroll around town and get nostalgic? Obviously, I'm a little confused about my past, but aren't we all? I must not be properly awake yet. My thinking's slow. Just wait till I get going. You'd tell me if I've forgotten something, wouldn't you? I just need hints. Obviously, I'm a little confused about my past, but aren't we all?
Once, during summer vacation, we ate a ton of ice cream here and didn't even have the money to pay for it all.
I think we huffed it out without paying that time, only for our parents to drag us back by our ears later.
It was just something we wanted to do. Our imagination had painted this scary picture, and we gave up on the idea.
But it did turn out fine, somehow. A patron helped us out or something.
The cashier took our word for it. You can bring it later. We were regulars there after all.
I remember it was a really hot day. We were all sweating, and the ice cream put Toma in bed with a cold for a week.
No, Asya, that was Almaz. And if anything, he was happy about it. A cold meant his mother hovering over him all the time.
And we'd stand under his windows and tease him. Come out to play! Some friends we were. Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
Those flowers I picked for you in 5th grade, they were nice, weren't they?
But then, you got into major trouble for vandalizing a public flower bed.
Toma ratted me out, gnashing his teeth with jealousy.
Our Toma? Or some other one? I think you gave each other the silent treatment for a week afterward.
Of course, our Toma. Why would some other Toma be jealous? He wouldn't let me be alone with you, and vice versa, actually. So, yeah, that's why we never went anywhere as a trio.
I remember the way you looked at me. Someone else, though. Either I've forgotten, or I never noticed.
Yeah, those are the days. We saved on everything. We'd even get flowers straight from the flower bed instead of the market.
It was romantic. I kept your flowers in a vase until they lost their last petals. I must not be properly awake yet. My thinking's slow. Just wait till I get going. Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer. I don't feel any connection to this place. I'm getting something. It's on the tip of my tongue, teasing me, but I have no idea what's it about. It's all so vague.
Uncle Kolya's car brought us back to our childhood. It's like a time machine.
It knew just where to brake so that we'd run into a moss.
I was talking more about us pushing it together in the evening, you know, the camaraderie or whatever you call it.
Wait, didn't the owner take the car back?
Come on, Isaiah, it was twilight, remember? You were in the driver's seat, and we were at the back pushing, you know, me and the two brother circus act.
Twilight, you say? Maybe I'd gotten tired early in the day and dozed off.
What, and slept all the way from the market to the garages? Who was steering then? No, Asya, you even encouraged us.
Maybe I'm a sleepwalker? And sleep driver? Okay, that was a joke. Although, of course, there's not much to laugh about here. This doesn't feel like the town I knew. Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
our stop. We used to sit here and chat for hours.
We'd always hang out at the park. Past the gate, we had to take separate paths home. That's why we grew fond of the bus stop.
The buses thought we were waiting for them. They'd always keep the doors open for us and then hurry us along with those angry horns going beep, beep.
The buses looked cozy. It was all dark, all round. The only light inside of them, but there were no passengers.
We did take a ride once. You remember? We circled around the entire town till the bus went to rest.
Someone joked, the wedding coach is here, and you blushed. It was obvious even in the scant evening light.
Almaz made that joke. I mean, who else? Karma caught up with him after that, though. He didn't notice the wasp in his compot. He was silent a few days after that.
And that time, the bus driver didn't kick us out even though his shift had ended. He looked at us with a kind smile, waiting for us to get bored and leave, but we couldn't get enough. Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer.
Do you want me to hoist you up? We can hide from adversity in our helicopter, like the good old days.
Helicopter! First, we kept correcting him, and then we started saying it like that, too.
Almaz was a bad influence on us. He also liked to jump off the rope into the pond, splashing everyone there.
The rope isn't there anymore, and neither is the ladder we used to climb the tree. At this rate, the oak itself will disappear soon.
The ladder, the rope. My most vivid memory is Genghis climbing up this rope using only his hands.
And what stuck in my memory were your aviator goggles. The pilot of the helicopter. Full method acting.
I have an even stronger memory of you reading a book in your father's study. I admired you through these binoculars.
And I remember the shadows of leaves dancing on your face on a sunny day. You were all dappled.
And so our paths cross once again. Where are you going, you lovebirds?
I think my father isn't the only person I've forgotten. Who's your friend, Misha? He's right there.
This wasn't a good time to run into you. I'll go and remind you of my existence no longer.
Don't go. Please stay. If I've forgotten you, then let's get to know each other again.
Time enough for that. Enjoy each other's company while you can.
I settled down in Moscow, and now I don't recognize my hometown.
Oh, this hospital. I'll never forget that checkup we had to go through as school kids.
What could make a medical exam so memorable? It was just ECGs, blood tests, and getting told to breathe in and out.
I had a mortal fear of anything related to doctors. The sight of a needle made me dizzy to the point of blurry vision.
That must have made the girls laugh.
I preferred to laugh at myself before others did.
Quite the strategist. But I can't really imagine you as a comedian. I can't possibly have forgotten everything. I do recognize you.
You know, the pigeon loft was built by the owners of the old village house. It's gone, but the loft is still there.
Somebody lived here. Either Amas or Genghis, or one of the girls from our class. Was it Varya or Masha or...
Close enough. You lived here.
So that's why I had the urge to go to the pigeon loft last night.
You moved here when the Institute provided your father with an apartment.
So he worked at the Institute here? It's like you're talking about some complete strangers to me.
I wish I was 15 again. Then I could have given those kids here a run for their money last Saturday.
Huh? Us and the orphanage kids together? When was that? We always avoided them.
I'm talking about Aunt Galia's birthday, not the old days. While Zinaida went off to fetch the photo.
Oh, the children running around? Well, it's not like we're playing games. We'd been entrusted with an important task.
I don't like you right now. Tell me, what was the photo Zinaida gave us?
I remember we gathered pictures for Aunt Galia, but Who donated what is a blur.
Alright, that's good enough. Zinaida's photo was our graduation ball.
Wasn't that one yours? Why would Zinaida keep a photo of our graduation ball? Alright, that's enough. Let's go home already. Stop worrying. Had you thought about me every day before we met a week ago? I don't think so. We all have to move on. You've always dreamed of traveling to faraway places. This is your chance. Why not? Anything can happen. A better question to ask is what we can do with it. It's easy to love your loved ones, but try loving a completely random person. We'll soon be strangers to one another. If we manage to live alongside each other, then we'll know we're worth something. Blockhead. We're always blaming the world around us for not getting enough of something. Why don't you find joy in what has been? We've had a wonderful childhood together. Come here to me.
And it's back to work. Ugh, I can't be bothered. Lost the habit completely during quarantine. Everyone's forgotten everyone. I'm almost a stranger here now. I've been putting off leaving town, but now is the time.
Who are you? This is my apartment. I lost my key. You know how crazy everything was just a while ago? I had to pick the lock. I did, but I also broke it. You got a problem with that? Don't be a bore. I'm of age now anyway. Excuse me? What kind of a compliment is that? I could show you my ID, but I can't find it either. What are you, my Prince Charming? Come on, stop sulking. Can't you take a joke? It'd be great if you could help me. What's your name anyway? I'm Katya. And the door lock?
Looks like people are throwing away their forgotten kin's belongings.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at checkpoint.
Too early, bud. Train's been delayed. There's snow all over the tracks from last night, and they're still clearing it. You know where else is warm? The cafe. Why don't you go find a more fun place to be?
Quit stalking me. A whole week of respite, and here we go again. I thought you'd come to terms with it all. We've been over this. Whatever there used to be between us doesn't matter. I can't just love you for old time's sake, can I? I don't remember those times. Are you using me to prop up your ego? Bug off. If you want a memento of me, here's a paper boat. I had a classmate who knew how to fold them. I've got to go now.
One of us should leave. This town really is too small for both of us. I can only answer for myself.
What a sicko.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at checkpoint office 1.
Get in line for the desk. You gotta check in with the inspector, and damn if I know where he is. Or you forget that, too. Then get to work. Don't you see there are people waiting? Are you gonna work, or are you gonna keep rambling?
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival.
If I'm going to get out of here, it's now or never. Sitting down behind this typewriter will be the start of an eternity.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at checkpoint office 1. Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
Sitting there, huh? Well, keep sitting. I can picture you with gray hair behind that typewriter. What's there to decide? Get out. There's nothing to be had here. As time goes on, getting out of this quicksand will only get harder.
You again? All right, take my permit and don't say another word.
Starting today, the entire national infrastructure will gradually go back into operation. This includes a resumption of intercity travel. Difficulties persist with housing for separated families. Dormitories and even hotels are preparing to...
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1. Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand
This
clear
here
of the
is
platform
my
edge.
workplace. Yours is behind that desk.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.